Who are we but strolling players, wandering through the long ago? Joys and sadness, hopes and longings, keeps us traveling onward though. The laughter and applause of others who view the passing cavalcade leaves echoes hovering some far summer, floating through a woodland glade. 'Twas but a tale for your amusement, like my small, unworthy rhyme, gone, alas, into that realm, the land of once upon a time. And this concludes another chapter of Something from Deep in David's Childhood by Brian J. Queese. Perhaps we'll continue that in the 1000th stream. Welcome to our 500th official stream here at twitch.tv/purblindgamer. Sometimes I can't believe I made it this long. Just think of how many games I played, books I've read. I think that I actually started in 2020 and now it's 2024. Weird. And I want to thank everybody who has been watching me through all those months and years and hundreds of streams. Through every stream crash, every problem with Zoom text, every time the game was too loud or too quiet or just decided not to work anymore. It's been fun. And I hope everybody's been having a good weekend, too. I was looking forward to this because I knew I wanted to make this stream a bit of an event. And we'll be playing TRILBY'S Notes, which I've been meaning to play for years. There are a lot of games like that. And we have new redemptions, channel points rewards, maybe new custom bid alerts, who knows. And we'll have some game giveaways tonight, because that's how I like to give back to the community. And just for tonight, we'll have the Reminisce reward turned on, which we usually only save for, like, birthday and stream anniversaries. But this is a special occasion. And as always, I want to thank everybody who came out to my last couple of streams. On yesterday, well, earlier today, we tried to stream Leisure Suit Larry 4, but ran into problems because the game did not actually exist. I tend not to stream games that don't exist, as a rule of thumb. Oh, yeah, stock. Yeah, we got a bunch of the old ones coming back today. And then last night we played House of Dead Ninjas, which we didn't beat. I tend not to beat games that have no ending. And Super House of Dead Ninjas, which we did beat on hard mode. And on Wednesday we played Doom, the reboot. And last Sunday we played Revenge on the Streets, and we started Bruxina Luana, which we'll finish at some point. But obviously not tonight, since, I owed you guys a horror game, since that is kind of my brand. Horror games and old stuff and weird stuff. As I desperately try to lure people here with things that you won't necessarily see other places. The game tonight will be, TRILBY'S Notes, which I said, and that's the third entry in the Chizo mythos, or 5 Days a Stranger series. And the reason I'm playing this tonight is because for my second ever test stream, which is the first one that survived, I was playing 5 Days a Stranger, because I loved that game when it came out in 2004, and I'm still waiting for the film adaptation. Yeah. Some screenwriter who works in the film industry should get on that. Oh, wait. Yeah, put it on my to-do list. And then for my... for my 100th official stream, I played the sequel, 7 Days a Skeptic, which I had also played years ago, but I never played the third or fourth game. So we'll play the third game tonight, and wonder what we'll do for my 1000th stream. Well, we've got a little time to figure that out. But as for the story and the catch you guys up to speed, and if you don't want the first 2 games spoiled, well, then maybe you shouldn't watch this stream. Or you could just cover your ears for the next 90 seconds, and then, trust to luck. In 5 Days a Stranger, which was set in the mid-2000s, we played as Trilby, who is a gentleman thief in England. And he went to rob this manor, which he thought would be an easy job, and, the inhabitants being dead, and ended up trapped in there with several other people. And then soon the other people started dying. So to try and figure out what was going on, was causing the murders and the nightmares, Trilby looked into the history of the house. And basically what happened was in the, was it like mid-1800s? Sir Roderick Defoe built the house, and he had 2 children, one of whom, John Defoe, was deformed and mentally disturbed, and Sir Roderick ended up beating him almost to death with an African idol. So, but John Defoe survived and was able to kill his father and his brother before succumbing to his wounds. And his spirit was never laid to rest, and apparently was infused to the idol. So his spirit possessed Trilby and caused him to start killing people, and then possessed other people. And in the end, Trilby was... John Defoe took on the... he became a sort of wrath who could... He had a welder's mask and an apron and a machete. And Trilby was able to apparently kill him as the mansion caught fire and get out with the other survivors. But in the second game, 7 Days a Skeptic, which was set a couple hundred years in the future on a spaceship, they brought on board a box which contained the remains of John Defoe and the idol, and an explanation from Trilby, who said that a couple years after 5 Days a Stranger, one of the other survivors had been murdered, and Trilby sought out this nefarious welder and launched him into space, hoping that was launched his remains into space, hoping that would prevent humanity from having to deal with him again. But naturally, the Wrath began messing with people's heads and killing people on the ship, and was apparently destroyed once and for all when its body, so to speak, was impaled and then cast off into space, and the idol was completely destroyed. But this game takes place between the two and explores the circumstances of Trilby realizing that the creature is not dead and how he came to launch it into space. And that's how we start. Trilby's Notes by Yahtzee Croshaw. I should change my on-screen title, shouldn't I? I don't want people to be confused. Hey, Backlog Cabin. Welcome in. How are you doing? You guys should follow Backlog Cabin, who was one of the people I met in the early days on Twitch and hung out at my first ever stream when I was playing Lost in the Nightmare the whole time, and encouraged me when stream crashed and when everything went wrong. Oh, backing up all your old episodes to YouTube. And hey, there's Dragon of the West. You guys should also check out Dragon of the West, who does challenge runs on difficult games. Oops. Great to see all you guys. Ooh, Amnesia. By the same people who did Penumbra. I've really got to play that one of these days. I heard it's one of the best horror games ever. Trilby's notes. No. Just privately. Yeah. And then I met a lot of people through Backlog, and then he introduced me to Havoc, who is my mod, and whom I met many people through. And since we've got so many awesome people, we may as well start out with a game giveaway, you know? Get things going right. I have here in my hand a copy of Deadly Dozen, which is an FPS set during World War II. Ooh, Infogrames. It's the Alone in the Dark people. And I have here a number between 1 and 100. Whoever guesses closest to the number wins the game. Meanwhile, we'll start this game. Move my overlay. All right, this mouse support. The following documents are taken from the handwritten notes of Trilby, an STP field operative whose real name remains classified. Game over? That was what I thought as I stood and watched Defoe Manor collapse into flaming ash. The ordeal was over. Those 5 days cost us all so much. Philip and AJ paid with their lives. They were the fortunate ones. Jim Fowler was expelled from school for truancy. A bright future in tatters. Simone Taylor took to the bottle. Her broadcasts became slurred, her eyes hollow and unwelcoming. She soon vanished from television screens. As for me, I tried to return to life as a cat burglar, but I had been forever tainted by my time spent in that wretched house. The memories of my possession came back in my nightmares. Every night I was there again, in the mansion, staring out through unfamiliar eyes as Philip died at my hands. I became convinced that John Defoe was not at rest, that someday he would return for me. I became so terrified of invisible enemies that I forgot about the tangible ones. Trilby caught, infamous gentleman thief. 2 slow, miserable years after Defoe Manor, a barrage of truncheon blows taught me a harsh lesson in reality, and I woke up in the kind of filthy cell I assumed would be my new home. But then he came, the man from the government, with his nervous smile, offering an alternative. The STP, Special Talent Project. It hadn't been that much earlier that I would have sooner died than entered an obligation with anyone, least of all the government. Had Defoe Manor changed me so much? Whatever my reasons, I left my past behind and resolved to give my new supporters nothing to complain about. Superiors nothing to complain about. I spent a year and a half completing assignments, developing contacts, building a reputation. And then, the past caught up. In the summer of 1997, I became concerned about Simone Taylor's mental well-being. The papers were reporting her continual breakdown, and she had become a virtual recluse. I had no idea if my appearance would assist or hinder. I had, after all, deliberately allowed her to think me dead. Presumably, she knew differently now, after the media coverage of my arrest, but I would expect her to be bitter about my subterfuge. On balance, I decided that a meeting with an old friend would most likely be beneficial. I came to her apartment building on a warm, stormy night, and braced myself for the encounter. Oh, the text box automatically appears. Okay, whenever there's a question mark, I can move around and issue commands. Interesting. Never played a game like this, I don't think. And that's how that's how some of the late 80s and early 90s games out now support worked. Simone's apartment building was gripped by a thick smell of musty, unwashed carpets. It perplexed me that a celebrity would choose to live in such low rent accommodations. Look at door. There were two entrances to two apartments. Simone was the one on the right. I had no business with Simone's neighbor. I knocked sharply upon Simone's door. F3, huh? Receiving no reply, I knocked again, louder. Still no response. The doorman had assured me that Simone was in. I decided it was time to enter by my own methods. Oh, inventory. Lockpicks. I reasoned that Simone could have been in trouble, and even if she wasn't, then at worst I was only playing to my reputation. I spent a few minutes feverishly picking the lock, then let myself in. Can't talk to her. I'd already tried the switch when I came in. It didn't work. I was certain that there was something not quite right about the room. I had to figure out what it was before I left. There I am. I pulled open the blind. Look at his shadow. There's something weird. Oh, it's there anyway. Didn't understand the word shadow. This was before the developer would create a game called The Consuming Shadow. The rain was coming down in sheets. It was rare for English weather to show such passion. Simone's bedroom light refused to turn on. I stood in pitch darkness, the intermediate flashes of lightning preventing my eyes from adjusting. Try to see what that is. It's too fleeting for me to get a good look at it. no intention of filling the room with wind and rain. It's too dark to see anything. Well, maybe there'd be a light in the closet. On the floor? Simone's bedroom light refused to turn on. Oh, the same thing. The body on the floor was undoubtedly Simone. I felt for a pulse, and my hands came away stained with long-cooled blood. My fingers traced the outline of a large wound in her torso, slashed by a big weapon, wielded by a big assailant. I called for an ambulance, as futile as it would be, and left before they arrived. Due to me being a clear murder suspect, I was relieved from duty for the week it took for the Ministry of Occultism to inspect the flat and confirm supernatural activity. My supervisors simultaneously apologized and assigned me to investigate if there was a connection to the Defoe Manor incident. Merely reading those 3 words captivated me on the front of a loose-leaf file, brought the nightmares back with more intensity than ever. Sure enough, a field agent reported that looters had discovered and sold several artifacts from the mansion, including the wooden idol that housed John Defoe's soul. To my surprise, no murders had been reported or committed by anyone who had come into contact with the accursed trinket. I did not find this reassuring. I quickly advised James Fowler to go into hiding. He was stunned, but agreed. The boy had sense, and still respected my judgment. This done, I began following the idol's trail. From the pawn shop it had entered the possession of one Professor Abed Chahal, an authoritative historian. He had scheduled some kind of antique fair in the Clanbronwyn Hotel on a small island off the coast of Anglesey, populated with tourists. Assuming the role of a scholar of antiquities, I booked a room. On the 28th of July, 1997, I caught a ferry from Porthalchog in Anglesey and arrived at around 3 p.m. in Clanbronwyn Island's coastal village. It seemed a peaceful hamlet, and, in defiance of stereotype, the locals were welcoming, and told me no local legends to dissuade me from exploring the island. The Clanbronwyn Hotel was in the island's centre, surrounded by forests. I made my way there on foot. "You're Trilby, right?" As soon as I arrived, I was greeted by a balding man in a grey anorak. I wondered if I was expected to know who he was. "That depends. My name is Lenkman. I'm with the Ministry of Occultism." "Oh? I thought the Ministry were clear on the fact that I was handling this on my own." "Maybe there are still people who don't trust you, Mr. Trilby." "What? I haven't stolen anything since I joined the STP. Your colourful past is not what concerns my superiors. It hasn't gone unnoticed that your history with the Defoe wrath influences you psychologically." I'm very sorry. I'm sure you resist it, but it could still cause you to act irrationally, disobey orders. Everybody just feels a little safer with someone else on the ground. I see. You can rest assured that I will endeavor to maintain absolute professionalism on this assignment. Nevertheless, I have my orders. I would suggest we keep out of each other's way, then, and pursue separate investigations. I'm sure I don't want to get mixed up in a reunion. I watched him disappear around the corner of the building. I very much doubted that Lenkman and I would become friends. The Clanbronwyn Hotel lobby was a warm welcome. The building was certainly well maintained, and yet there was something about it that nagged at the back of my mind, quickening my pulse. I dismissed the sensation, an act which, in retrospect, I would come to regret. Good evening. Terence Railby. I have a reservation. Ah, yes, you're here for the antique fair. We've put you in room 3C on the 3rd floor, if you'd just like to sign the check-in book. Hello, Bethan. I was just letting you know I'll be having dinner in my room today. That's absolutely fine, Professor. This, I decided, was what they called a golden opportunity. Professor Chahal? Yes. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. Railby, Terence Railby. We met at Sotheby's a few months ago. Oh, you don't remember me. No, of course I do. Terence Railby, how have you been? The astute reader has already guessed that both Terence Railby and the previous meeting were utter fiction. I had spent some time studying Chahal's movements and his habits. He was, by all accounts, absent-minded, and that was something I could use. I'm well, thanks. I was hoping I'd run into you. I have heard interesting things about the items you're showcasing here. You remember, I do freelance scouting for some wealthy collectors. Yes. Well, a client of mine has expressed interest in relics from Defoe Manor in Buckinghamshire. He's been on my back for a while about it. Between you and me, he seems pretty obsessed. What remained of Professor Chahal's suspicion melted away from his expression as the opportunity to make money entered the conversation. Well, I'm sure I wouldn't want to damage your professional status. Would you like to come up to my room for drinks? Oh, I don't want to impose. No imposition at all. Please, follow me. Your room key, Mr. I'd forgotten it. Please, lead the way, Professor. Abed, who's your friend? Oh, let me introduce you. This is my personal assistant, Siobhan. She accompanies me on most of my excursions. Siobhan, this is Mr. Railby, an old acquaintance. He's looking for information on Defoe Manor artefacts. Oh, really? Him and half the people we meet. What is it about that place? Never underestimate the attraction of a mystery, my dear. Please, take a seat, Terry. I'll be right with you. So, interested in ghost stories. The girl struck me as a forceful personality. I gave the matter some thought before replying. Not really. I'm just scouting on behalf of a client, like I told the professor. You know, it's strange to see someone as young as you in the antiques trade. And come to think of it, I thought only old men dressed like that. No offence meant. None taken. I didn't catch your last name. It's O'Malley. Siobhan O'Malley. Couldn't be more Irish if I tried, could it? Sorry to keep you waiting, dear boy. Now then, what shall we talk about? When talking to characters, you must specify a topic of conversation. There are usually several things each character is willing to discuss. For example, try typing, "Talk to Abed about Defoe." Alright, and we were doing a game giveaway. We'll give you one more chance to get any guesses in. The game is a deadly dozen, and you can guess a number between 1 and 100. So I understand you came into possession of artifacts from Defoe Manor. Yes, indeed, and it was astonishing to me that such artifacts existed at all. The whole place burned to the ground. Did you hear about the Defoe Manor incident? I was experiencing a sick feeling that I had not felt for quite some time. The last I had felt it was while standing at the gates of another country mansion, not long after Defoe Manor, preparing to break in. Recalling those 5 wretched days churned my stomach with fear, turning what had once been the joy of thievery into an exercise in anxiety. Discussing it had brought that feeling back, the act of feigning ignorance, while visions of welding masks and machetes flooded my mind's eye, worsened them. I heard something on the news, and it's been on the news again lately since that Taylor woman died. A lot of silly talk about the paranormal has been around, so the true facts are near unreachable. But the point is, some enterprising fellows picked up 1 or 2 undamaged items from the ruins. Furniture, books, an ugly little tribal figurine, and I took them off their hands, purely out of curiosity, of course. So, were there any particular items your client is interested in? And for the game giveaway, last chance to guess a number. The number is 43. So congratulations, Backlog, you won the game. You're only off by 6. Let me make a note of that, and I'll try and get all the games people win in the mail this week. Real Trilby. Right. Tell me, does a huge man in a welding mask and a leather apron mean anything to you? Not really. Should it? Never mind. It's a small African figure that my client wants me to look into, resembling a rather ugly tribal god. That old thing. Honestly, despite its age, it's virtually valueless. That's what I said, but my client is very insistent. He's interested in the paranormal and the idol features in some of the more unlikely accounts of the Defoe Manor incident. Well, I don't suppose I should ask questions if this man of yours wants to take it off my hands. I don't have it on me right now. It's being kept in the hotel safe. Perhaps we can work out a deal after the fair. I had intended to display it with the other Defoe artifacts. Inwardly, I just wanted to get this mission completed as fast as possible, but I didn't want to risk suspicion or giving off the wrong impression. More of a... Oh, a railby. That will be fine. So, just out of interest, what else have you picked up from the mansion? Odds and ends, basically. Some silverware and ceramics. Most of a burnt rocking chair. And the painting, of course. Painting. A landscape from a wall in the mansion's lounge. Of little artistic value, but the artist features prominently in the Defoe Manor's colourful history. Matthew Defoe. That's him, yes. Bethan, she runs the hotel. She asked if she could display it in the lobby. Instantly, I recalled the sick feeling I felt in the lobby. I had seen the painting, but had paid it little heed. Oh, are you all right, Mr. Trilby? You've gone rather pale. What? I'm sorry, I was distracted by my thoughts for a moment. Lost in history, eh? Something like that. Mr. Trilby, what the hell was that? What the hell was what? You were just sitting there, and then you went all stiff like you'd seen a ghost. You didn't see it. See what, Mr. Railby? I'm sorry. I have to go. Something's wrong. Oh, well, we won't keep you then. We'll see you later, maybe. My head was spinning, and a sudden nausea churned in my gut. The words seemed to be pulsating, the corners of the room wavering like a heat haze. The body is there. His body is there, his soul is not. You may say I imagined these things, and I thought that must have been the case. Was I going out of my mind? Was the hotel really changing into some nightmarish twin? Was I the only one who could see it? If I was hallucinating, it was too complex. The harsh wooden floor beneath my feet felt real enough. The horrendous stench of the rotting flesh that reached my nostrils could not have been conjured by my imagination. I decided that I had to find John Defoe's idol as soon as possible. If not that, then at least the painting Chahal had mentioned. I was convinced that some connection lay between Defoe Manor and this sudden madness. This is good. And hey there, Nifty Ness, how are you doing? You guys, please go check out Nifty Ness. OBS has crashed. Damn, I thought we would be on that. But it's that same sort of still living crash that means I can keep streaming. I just can't do shoutouts through that. Oh yeah, it's still broadcasting, it's just crashed. It's a peculiar thing. Hold on, I should be able to do shoutouts through my stream manager. Yes, popped up a couple of months ago. Beastly, really. The graffiti read, "His body is here, his soul is not." I wondered if that was referring to John Defoe. Yeah, it's perfect with these sound effects. Notice there are crosses on the doors. Oh, and also, the captain in 7 Days of Skeptic was named Captain Chahal. So I wonder if that was a descendant of this man. Because also there was another character named Taylor on the ship, and the developer confirmed that he was a descendant of Simone Taylor. Is that blood on the floor? Sickly yellow paint was peeling from the walls, and splatters of blood spelled out mystifying phrases. Remarkably, The doors seemed intact. A trail of blood? Oh, good. We can save that easily. The stairwell was built from old concrete, and a thick smell of damp filled the air. There was a headless corpse slumped in the corner. The body was that of a young, muscular man, I hazarded, and was wearing some kind of old-fashioned military uniform, complete with the blue tunic and riding boots. More to the point, his head was missing, and his hands were worn down to bloody wads of flesh and bone. I noticed a collection of handwritten pages on the floor near his body. July 19th. Felicia and I took shelter from the storm in a decrepit old hotel in the forest. It seems to be completely deserted, so we bedded down on the floor of the lobby for the night. It is so peaceful here. The noise of the storm seems far away. Exploring the hotel, it has become increasingly clear that the place is not as innocent as it first seemed. We found ancient corpses and evidence of terrible deeds in several of the rooms. The storm has cleared, and we intend to leave as soon as possible. July 20th. I am certain now that deviltry is at work. Every path we take through the forest brings us back to the hotel. We spent a whole day trying routes to no avail. Felicia keeps talking of a demon she fancies she saw in the hotel kitchen last night. Tonight'll be several hours, Doc. It was trying to start at a more reasonable time so we could have a bit of a longer stream like we used to back in the old days. Oops, shoot. I skipped one. July 21st. Felicia is dead. I was too late to help her. I saw her murderer just as she did. Perhaps I will be next. I'm beginning to understand. July 23rd. The murderous figure in black, the one whose body is savagely stretched into a mockery of form, is not the architect of this nightmare. Rather, this is the work of that hideous Lord of the Forbidden Lands. Gods forgive me. July 25th. I built a shrine to my captor in the lobby in an attempt to appease it. Nothing has changed. I have no more food. The horror is starting to affect my mind. July 28th. I am certain my mind is going. I imagined for a moment that the hotel had changed, had become finely decorated and welcoming, as it must once have been in the past. I blinked, and it returned to its normal, hateful self. The next few pages were sprinkled with blood, obscuring some of the text. August 1st. What is his relation to that disgusting beast? He is a servant or a prisoner. Is he a servant or a prisoner? Sometime he act alone, sometime he at the behest of higher power. What he want from me? August 3rd. He is after me now. I think I must have done something wrong. August 4th. It hurts. That was the last readable entry. I decided not to take them with me. They were covered in blood and all stuck together. Said the chat overlay's frozen. Well, that makes sense. It's part of OBS crashing. Weird, I did a clean reboot today of the computer and thought it would at least last for hours. Yeah, I use a desktop backlog. I don't know what kind of RAM this thing uses. A friend of mine built it for me. It's like an older PC that he turned into a custom budget gaming PC. And I could add the old Chatzo source that I used in my early streams. It's not as easy to read, but perhaps it's better than nothing. Where is it? Well, that's kind of you, backlog, but I don't know that the RAM is the issue. I think it's something with OBS. I gotta try and figure this out. I thought it had gone away. But hey, Dojilon, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Sorry, I'm trying to see where this thing has appeared on here. Hey, doing okay, thanks, Dojilon. We're just having issues, so we're... Oh, it actually died? It shouldn't have. Why? Oh, thank God. Right, the glitches are the real horror. That's a fair question. With the task manager, it'll give us some idea, I would hope. Appears to be running. From both. More from GPU than CPU. No, we better not do that. Then it'll restart. I'm just trying to... It froze my chat on screen, so I'm trying to add back in this older one that I had. It doesn't look as nice, but... running in circles. Well, yeah, and the game audio is just not It's kind of gone in this stuttering little loop while we're not focused on the game, like old AGS does that. Now, if I can't find that... Right, and that's nothing to do with OBS. So... I just changed back to my older one for a moment, and... Good Lord, that's a lot of sources. Well, I mean, something's not right with Chatso either. But I haven't used that since like 21, so I ain't exactly shocked. I think I will just do it without having the chat on screen. Well, pity people won't be able to see it on YouTube, but can't have everything. Anyway, search corpse. The body was that of a young... No. Can't really search it, huh? Blood seemed to be running down the stairs, as if someone had attempted to descend them while bleeding out with increasing speed. The corpse had apparently spent his last few moments of life making graffiti. Was he responsible for all the messages I had seen so far? The lobby, too, had been tainted, and the painting I sought was absent. Presumably it only existed in the hotel's normal form. If this was the case, I needed to find a way back there, or dispel the hallucination, if this truly was all in my mind. At this stage, I was beginning to wonder if this really was all John Defoe's doing. It didn't seem his style, somehow. But what other evil could possibly be the culprit? A pentagram had been scrawled in the north wall, and a cow's skull had been nailed into place over it. It seemed to be some kind of offering. Perhaps what the military corpse was talking about. I opted to leave the skull alone. Perhaps it was all that prevented my destruction at the hands of restless devils. That looks like a blood-drenched body. Someone had been tied down to the altar, flayed, and had their innards removed. By the looks of the horrible claw marks and broken fingernails, they had been alive at least partway into the procedure. I couldn't pick that open. The entrance room of the alternative Clanwambrin Hotel had at least retained the basic shape of a lobby, in that the pigeonholes remained, and an altar about the right size and shape for a reception counter. There was some kind of waist-high stone altar on which some poor wretch had underwent some kind of sacrificial ritual. Some of the pigeonholes contained disembodied organs and entrails, which presumably belonged inside the creature on the altar. Thought there was blood there. The office door was locked. It had a cross on it. The glass had been smashed out of the windows in the front door, and a familiar plague cross was smeared onto the door to the manager's office. Very good, we can go outside. Maybe we should finish. Is there a hole in the floor? Presumably not. Oh. And I thought that might. Try to catch it at a quiet point. Because we have a request to say hello to an old friend, whom some of you may remember from my first stream as affiliate, or certain unfortunate April Fool's Day streams. Fluffbomb Cheerglimmer, are you here?
Oh, little friends, of course I'm here. Fluffbomb Cheerglimmer is generally held as one of the more adorable kittens to walk the hallways of Twitch.
I don't believe that Twitch has hallways, Fluffbomb.
Well, I believe it does, and frankly, I'm a little more intelligent than you, and I've been to Twitch headquarters a little more often.
You've been to Twitch headquarters?
Well, of course. I am a streamer, you know.
Well, but I've done quite a few streams, 500 to be precise, and I've never been invited to Twitch headquarters.
Well, perhaps that has something to do with the quality of your streams, or perhaps it's because they know you don't treat people well.
What do you mean I don't treat people well?
I'm a people, and when was the last time you bought me chocolate whipping cream to drink for breakfast?
You can't just drink chocolate whipping cream for breakfast. That's unhealthy and frankly decadent. You should have oatmeal like me.
Oatmeal, frankly, tastes terrible. No cat worth their salt likes oatmeal, unless, of course, it has sardines in it.
Well, I'm not putting sardines in. No, that sounds terrible.
Well, I see we're playing a fun and adorable little game. Check out those bloody flayed corpses. Aren't they some of the cutest bloody flayed corpses you've ever seen?
I haven't seen that many, but I can't say that I can think of any that are cuter. And no, I haven't been to Twitch HQ. I've been meaning to drop by there, knock on a few doors, shake a few hands, tell them to do better.
Well, I'll tell them to give you a ring when they're ready to talk to you. Or you could go to TwitchCon. Yay!
I don't have money to go to TwitchCon. That does cost money, right?
Well, unless you were planning to ride the train free like a hobo and sneak into the hotel, it probably does. I'm going to start packing for TwitchCon right now.
You are not going to TwitchCon, Mr. Cheerglimmer. Not this year, at least. Maybe some other year.
In that case, I'm going to start shredding your roommate's mattress right now.
Wait, what?
I must be off. Things to do. Night-night. Sleep tight, everybody. I'm leaving, so the stream might as well be over.
felines. Delightful companions. And yet. Actually, this seems like as good a time as any to do another game giveaway. So this time what we'll do is we'll do a double game giveaway, because one of these games is a PS3 game. And not everybody has PS3s these days. You got us another cat. Oh, cats are adorable. But I have here 2 games to give away. Assassin's Creed Revelations on the PlayStation 3. I'm going to play the first Assassin's Creed one of these days. And Cloud-Based Prime, which is move terrain to clear paths, defeat enemies, and launch yourself skywards. That's a digital game, so anybody with Steam can have that. But I have here papers with the numbers between 1 and 100 for each of the games. Guess the closest to that number, you win the game. And you can guess on both, but let us know which game you're guessing on. Meanwhile, this hotel that exists in multiple places. I want to save where we are. Wait, seriously? You beta tested that PS3 game? That's awesome. Wait, what is that on the window? Smashed and boarded up like nearly all the windows I had found, this one was heavily blood-stained, as if some poor wretch had been thrown into it. Oh, I broke into a Best Buy and stole them 15 years ago. Nah, just kidding. I bought. Some of these are from lots, like somebody was selling a bunch of those like Steam cards, so I figured I bought those specifically to give away on stream. And the PS3 game, I don't know, I probably picked it up for a couple dollars somewhere. Oh, so you got to beta test several of the Assassin's Creed games. Nice. Perhaps the alternative hotel bar had been like the real one at some point in the past, but it had long since fallen into disarray and appeared to have been used for very sinister purposes. That looks like an arcade game, doesn't it? In keeping with the alternative hotel's theme, the furniture looked like someone had been hurled against them with absolutely fatal force. Lying on the bar in a pool of gore was a pair of long-nosed pliers. Oops. What are those words? Oh, I typed plier singular. I wasn't close enough. Is that a bowl or something on the... Or I think it's something behind the bar. They were rusty but functional. I took them with me, leaving some of the gore. Is that... It's not a painting on the back left corner, is it? It is. The left poster was some kind of portrait of the strange, masked figure I had glimpsed in the hotel. The middle poster was blank. The third was smashed. Did he glimpse? Oh, I guess when he saw the vision of Siobhan as like a burned skeleton or something while he was talking in the room. Fine Kit Kat. Oh! And we just had redemption for indulge in a fine Kit Kat wine. Well, thank you, Dojilon. I don't mind if I do. Remember a while ago one of my roommates went to Japan and was kind enough to bring back snacks for us to try? And remember how I talked about how Japan has some unusual candy bars, some of which I've eaten on stream? Well, where else would you get wine-flavored Kit Kats? You think I'm joking, but I'm not. Yep. Sake. Or sake, if you're American, which is a type of Japanese wine made from rice, which I've had occasion to drink once or twice. Yes, I'm sure. Very, very low alcohol content indeed. I know. Japan gets so many good Kit Kats. What do we get? Chocolate. Maybe strawberry or green tea if we're very well behaved. Right, it's like so low alcohol that the chocolate counteracts it. Ooh. Check it out. What's it say? Have a break, have a Kit Kat. And here's what a sake Kit Kat looks like. Looks like white chocolate to me. Perhaps because sake is made from rice, and rice is white. Sometimes. I haven't had a bad Kit Kat flavor myself. Have I? Well, the turnip one wasn't my favorite. But, you know, everybody has their own tastes. Wow. Well, that definitely tastes like sake. Wow. Really interesting flavor, and like a lot of those things, stronger than you would expect. Wow. It's weird. It actually does taste very faintly alcoholic. And that was an intriguing experience. So thank you for the redemption, Dojilon. No, indeed. Kit Kats are not jelly beans. Oh dear. The worst they could do is some very shocking Kit Kat flavors indeed. Hopefully things that never come to fruition. But in the meantime, Japan gets all the good ones. Oops. Yeah. Reminds me, there was a company that made a freeware Red Dwarf game called... Did I have that right? Made a couple of freeware Red Dwarf games over the years. Oh, interesting. Gotta love those cognates. Well, it's fascinating, the words that make their way from one language to another. Don't want to take those nasty things. It appeared to be damaged, with the front plate ajar, and frayed wires emerging from the rear. Strangely, though, the screen was active and flashing blankly. Oh, fix. I'm looking at the wires. bloody hell, we're back to the mind shadow sort of curse. You see a chair. Look at chair. I don't know the word chair. I'm just a game. God, another body. There were 4 doors, none of which seemed inviting. One to the east led back to the hallway, one to the west leading to the kitchen, one to some kind of unisex bathroom, and another large one that someone had boarded up. Some kind of flayed corpse was nailed into place over the door to the toilet, blocking the way. What does it say? The words "it feeds" were inexplicably spelled out on the north wall in the prerequisite bloody letters. The body had been completely flayed and still glistened wetly with blood. The hands and one of the feet were held in place around the door with 6-inch nails. Let me pull those out. The pliers were ideal for removing the nails. Not the fingernails, though. Oh, God. It was that figure, wasn't it? The operator sort of thing. What's this? Attracting the flies. The tables were universally hidden under tablecloths, yellowed and stinking with age. There was a plate of rancid meat in the central one, adding its evil stench to the air. You know, maybe I'm not that hungry. Toilets. The cracks and stains twisted my reflection into something most unpleasing. I think it says no. None of the toilets appeared to be functional. One of them was overflowing with blood, which left me disinclined to investigate the others. Oh, have a good night, Dojilon. Thanks so much for coming to hang out. It was great to see you. I don't know. Might find a key in there, like what's your name, Risu did. The counter had 2 sinks and was covered in filth and mold. To my surprise, a brand new sealed envelope was sitting between the basins. Baffled, I took the envelope. It was strangely bulky and tore it open. A white pill bottle and a note fell out into my hand. I here enclose the note with this report. The pills I took when I was stuck in a Half-Life survival horror ward. Trilby, if you're reading this, then you, too, have seen the hotel change. At present, I have no idea if the alternative hotel is part of the ethereal realm or some kind of construct, a pocket dimension. There's a definite correlation between one's level of agitation and one's tendency to reality shift. Fear is your enemy. It leaves you shining like a beacon for whatever evil brought us to this place. Enclosed is a bottle of tranquilizers from my personal first aid kit. When you find yourself shifting into the other place, take a pill and try to calm down, and the real hotel will return. Do not let it concern you. I am researching the phenomenon. Your task is to find Defoe. Good luck, Agent Lankman. Lankman's letter raised more questions than it answered. I pocketed the pill bottle. I should save, shouldn't I? But now that I've saved, I might as well try this delicious-looking food somebody has left for us. The fetid stink of decay was already making me retch. Consuming the stuff was just unthinkable. The kitchen doors refused to open. Oh, can we use the pliers on these nails too? I should probably be more specific. The body had vanished with the mysteriousness that was becoming typical. I was thinking I should nose around a little more before I take a pill. I don't know how many I have. It seemed like a perfectly ordinary child-proof bottle of medical-grade tranquilizer pills. A prominent, brightly colored label read, "Warning, some users may experience drowsiness and/or hallucinations." What did I have to lose? Clabony hell. Whose heads on stakes? The two heads on the right were decayed down to their skulls, but the one on the left was very much fresh, its features made unfamiliar by the torment it had undergone. Each of the heads distorted, set in a sightless grin. Anger and pain and terror stamped on the smoke-scorched skin. We're just going to loop us around. Yeah. Like the dead military man said. Oh, for fuck's sake. Me being impatient. Actually, if you double tap, you stop, so we literally can't run. Were we on the third floor before? Priest or prisoner, acolyte or slave. I assume most of these are going to be shut. Hearing that strange noise, like a single pluck of a dulcimer almost. I guess it's just part of the strange soundtrack. God, how tall is this hotel? Blood seemed to be running down the stairs. Yeah, same thing. Man. Not man. So, love me. I saw once more the strange word I had seen on the wall in Abed's room, this time followed by the words, "Love me." something on the bed. A blood-stained stone altar replaced the bed. It looks like there's some small thing on there, doesn't it? Yeah. No good. Man. I am a man. Bring her back. Is that a body? The words "bring her back" were spelt out on the north wall for unknown reasons. It's just the same thing. It looked like some kind of porcelain mannequin, but with bits missing. I couldn't see how it was attached to the wall. It was stuck firmly to the wall. And besides, I didn't want to carry that around. Didn't check the other doors on this floor. Floor, where Abed and Siobhan were. So, is there room? The sofa was a rotting green color, and some kind of sharp weapon had created a slash right across the fetid cushions. Interesting. He spelled fetid the American way that time, but he spelled it the British way in the dining room. Oh, the weapon's not there, it's just the slash. Two steel tables were provided as some kind of work surface. Bloodstains and a severed head were strong indications of what kind of work they were intended for. I guess that's not a pumpkin. Or maybe by Sleepy Hollow standards. The head was too badly smashed and mangled to recognize. Even if I could have foreseen a purpose for it, I had no intention of pocketing that disgusting thing. Then we go down to the first floor and pop a pill. Try to get into the safe. Hesitantly, I tipped a tranquilizer into my palm and swallowed it without water. It quickly took effect. I felt the anxiety lift from the pit of my stomach, and my dismal surroundings seemed to feel less imposing. Then I felt that strange sensation again, of lightheadedness and detachment, as the world around me began to quiver. Wow. So jarringly well defined. pigeonholes were empty. Presumably, there weren't many people staying at the hotel. That might have made sense in another time and place. Maybe I'm not close enough to the door. The office door was locked. I was frankly astonished that Matthew Defoe's painting had survived the immolation of Defoe Manor. As I stared at it, it seemed that the surrounding room began to blur until only the painting was in focus. I fancied I could hear the creaks and whispers of Defoe Manor's hallways. I felt a bizarre urge to reach out and touch the painting. As I stepped closer, I could feel sounds becoming muffled and my head spinning, as if I were about to faint. My hand, as if pulled by some invisible string, reached out towards the clumsy brushstrokes. Defoe Manor, July 28th, AD 1821. Oh, thanks, Doc. Just a second. Ah, shoot. Matthew is now convinced that his father is lifting from the mysterious depression that has plagued him for as long as either of them can remember. Now, he intends to make the painting absolutely perfect before showing it again. Master Matthew, Sir Roderick has requested your presence in the trophy room. Thank you, James. And if you would be so good as to inform him that I will be retiring for the night. Very good, James. Ah, there you are, boy. Let me introduce my son, Matthew. Hello. This is my friend, Mr. Smith. He's an expert on African tribal art. Well, just a scholar, hardly even that. Just someone with an interest in the subject. And he has offered to assess the figurine I brought back from my travels. I wasn't aware you had a family, Sir Roderick. Is your wife home, too? Regrettably, Belinda is no longer with us. Oh, I'm sorry. Quite all right. You couldn't have known. She succumbed to illness shortly after Matthew was born. I finished the painting I showed you, Father. Oh, good. Well, Mr. Smythe, what do you think of this piece? It's an intriguing little puzzler, actually. The design is reminiscent of a few Central African tribal gods I'm aware of. But to be honest, I've never seen anything like this before. May I ask how you acquired it? I'm glad you asked. It was 20 years ago, when I was a younger man, on my first travels in the Dark Continent. We were traveling along the west coast when our bearers spotted a ship that had run aground. It was an English clipper named the Sea Angel, and a short exploration revealed that every single crewman had just disappeared. Of course, we immediately sent a letter to the nearest embassy to report the finding. But the point is, it was on the lowest deck of the ship that I found this very figurine you see before you today. What an extraordinary tale. But how do you account for there being an African tribal carving on a British vessel? We were as confused as you are. It wasn't a slave-trading vessel, but there must have been a Negro on the crew. It has been a personal mystery of mine ever since. I was hoping you could help shed a little light on the matter. But there is more to tell. I haven't even begun to recount the strange events that have surrounded this artifact. Would you care for a glass of brandy? Thank you. That will be most kind. Matthew, fetch the brandy from the kitchen, and some glasses. Yes, Father. And we just had a redemption for commence drinking something unusual. Well, what was this for unusual? Fireworks soda. By Faygo. Now you may ask, what exactly is Faygo? And I will tell you. Faygo is a brand of soda. American, unless I'm greatly mistaken. And what do fireworks taste like? Well, they don't seem inclined to elaborate, but they do tell you it's caffeine-free. Down with the clown. Is that something related to Faygo? Saiga. Yeah. A 4-pack of this at the dollar store a while ago. Might have been back when the dollar store was still $1 a couple of years ago. Now it's $1.25 and they're threatening to make it $1.50. Oh, the insane clown posse drinks Faygo. I remember people talking about their music when I was young. They had a song about an axe. Cheers. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's kind of fruity. Like some kind of fruit candy. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the Insane Clown Posse. I just heard one or two of theirs and thought, oh yeah, that's kind of catchy. Interesting stuff. I don't know if they sell it at normal grocery stores or where. I'll have to work away at that. Oh, a lot of their music is bad. I know they had, like, a career for a good while, didn't they? Ha! When am I going to try and get... Yeah, sponsorship from Faygo. Sometimes, as I study antiquities, I find myself in a strange hotel with a Welsh name, and when I do, and reality begins to shift back and forth, and I'm faced with flayed, bloody corpses, I begin to get a little parched. And since you cannot rely on the entities in the other realms to have a good drink, I like to bring Faygo with me on such occasions. What does it taste like? Well, it's like fireworks in your mouth. The perfect thing to stave off thirst and just possibly the darkness. Faygo is a proud sponsor of twitch.tv/purblindgamer. Not yet, but they should be. Here. One of these days I'm going to say that, and then a month later I'll receive like a 6-pack of soda in the mail. So, what is that on the table? Oh, is that the apron? Oh, hey, there's the door in the wall, which there was just a wall there in 5 Days a Stranger, and Trilby had to break it down. Above the sideboard, there was a row of assorted utensils and knives, and someone had left a brown leather apron on the kitchen table. Matthew saw no purpose for it, and he didn't want to interfere with other people's possessions. Emphasis on the possessions. Matthew took the brandy bottle and a pair of appropriate glasses. Bang, bang. Hello. You haven't tried to speak to me in a while. I did another painting today. I showed it to Father and he said it was promising. I keep trying to tell him about you, but he never listens. You haven't knocked for me in so long, I was beginning to wonder. Hey, do you want to see my painting? I'm just not sure how I'd get it through the door. This could be a poor choice. The door was locked as always, but there was a substantial gap of about an inch at the bottom of the door. How could I, Trilby, possibly have known what Matthew was carrying that day? Jeez, Trilby. Fair point. Matthew wanted to show his painting to his friend first. So is it assumed that we're carrying the painting? Just because we saw him pick it up? How would Trilby know that? I've no idea. I'm pushing the painting under your door, okay? Just give it back when you're finished.
How dare you, sir? You intrude on my hospitality and insult my judgment?
That's Father.
Get out of my house, you worm!
I'd better see what's the matter. Father has a bit of a temper.
Oh, it's you.
Father, what happened? I heard shouting.
That old fool told me some rubbish about my figurine. Said the only tribe it could have come from all died in slavery years ago. Actually had the nerve to accuse me of buying from a forger.
I'm sorry, Father.
What are you apologizing for? Where is that damned brandy?
I've got it here.
Give it to me.
I'll go back to my room, Father.
Show me your painting. You said you had a painting. Show it to me.
I can't, Father.
And why not?
Because...
Come on, why not? Out with it.
Because I gave it to the boy behind the door.
I see.
Father?
Go back to your room, boy. I have to write my diary entry.
Yes, Father. An hour of silence passed, and Matthew grew concerned about his father. Strangely, the most disturbing thing had been Sir Roderick's reaction to Matthew mentioning the boy behind the door. In the past, raising this had usually provoked a violent rage or an instant flat denial. Matthew wondered what sort of anxiety was going through his father's mind. Smash! What was that? Father, what are you doing? Uh-oh. This could be the death of John. And there were 3 doors. And to the west was the door that Matthew had never been through, which was kept permanently locked. On closer examination, it appeared that the forbidden room was hanging ajar. Not the door, or the forbidden door was hanging ajar. Was Sir Roderick through there? Matthew was confused by his own reluctance. He had longed to see what was beyond this door his entire life. But now, given the chance, he was struck with fear. He peered cautiously through, and saw a set of rough stone steps leading down to some kind of basement.
I should have done this the moment you came into the world, demon child. May God forgive me for having a part in your creation.
Father, what are you doing?
Do you see what you've done? I didn't want him to see this. Do you see what you've done?
Father, no! Father! Boo! Ah! My apologies, dear boy, but I couldn't resist. You looked so lost in that painting, I didn't think you ever saw me come in. What? What? Is everything all right, Terry? Yes, everything. Everything's fine. I just, for a moment there, thought I saw... Never mind. Siobhan and I were talking about you after you ran out of the room. I said you seemed like something was making you terribly anxious. Frankly, I think that's still the case. I'm okay. Really, I am. Well, if you're sure. I was certain in my mind that my mind was not playing tricks on me. I had been back there in Defoe Manor, looking through the eyes of Matthew Defoe. Yeah, it was a awkward and disturbing scene. I had seen the events that had created John Defoe. I saw his death at the hands of Sir Roderick, that terrible, violent end that would bring him back as that awful wrath. But somehow, seeing that event, it was clear to me that there was more to this than the ghost of one retarded youth. There had been something very wrong about that idol, even before it was used to destroy John Defoe. Yeah, I mean, it was the other characters. He was one of the characters from the past in the first game, the Matthew Defoe. A name stood out in my memory. The Sea Angel. The name of the ship on which Sir Roderick had found the figure. I now had a lead. Professor, do you know anything about a ship called the Sea Angel? You know, it's funny you should mention that name. There's a really old wooden chisel among the Defoe Manor artefacts, and the words Sea Angel are carved into the handle. Where is this chisel? Out on display in the convention hall, next to the dining room. What's all this about, Terry? It's nothing. It's just a little side project my clients want me to get into. Thank you for your help. No problem. Take care of yourself. I say, is that a bell on the counter? That might have made sense in another. Yeah. There's something on the counter, right? A cheap pine affair, and unadorned with papers or materials. It was... Someone appeared to have left a matchbox on the desktop. You know, like those tiny little cars that kids play with. Matchbox. Only one match left. I took it anyway. I am, after all, a thief. Wait. Look at that painting. Looks like there's a paper behind it or something. Someone had stuck a piece of paper under the frame, perhaps for me to find. It was a page from a religious book I wasn't familiar with. I here enclose it with my notes. Victim 5, the child. The fifth man who desired judgment was the child, whose father held the carving of the slave. The prince came to him, and was at once rightly pleased with what he found, for the house of the child and his father already knew well the name of the king. And as the prince watched, the child was thrown down by his father, and broken with the wood of the prince's soul. But as the child's body, mind, and soul began to drift apart, the prince held them together, and he said, "You are the child, and to you I grant power. For I see in you the potential that will grant my father the king his greatest wish. You shall be not of the land of technology, nor of the realm of magic, but of both, and thus you shall form the bridge. And across the bridge the king shall come to bring his message to the men of technology. Through you, child, the bridge will come,
and thus I name you the bridge keeper." And the prince touched the child, and he was the bridge keeper, and his 3 aspects were granted power, so that his soul would join with the prince's soul in the wood of the tree. And the bridge keeper rose up and threw down his father, and threw down his brother, and truly did they know the name of the king. And into the house of his father went the body and the mind of the bridge keeper. He went into Defoe Manor. Stokazola. Which would make a good name for a character. 3 framed vintage advertisements for 3 brands of drinks decorated the wall. If they were originals, they were probably quite valuable. Once a thief, always a thief. I think it was a pub quiz machine. A piece of white card on the screen declared that it was out of order. Two small tables were arranged for the guests. The bar was wood-paneled and outfitted with an adequate selection of drinks and glasses. Okay, so I don't have the pliers. Wonder if I'll have them again when I go back to the Dark World Hotel. This is probably the convention hall. A lot cleaner than last time we were here. 2 spotless basins were the only features on the counter. The kitchen doors refused to open, even in the perfectly normal hotel. It appeared to be locked, probably by a deadbolt on the other side. I preferred to leave violence for the last resort. That's the bar. Yeah. No severed heads outside the Clan Bronwyn. Oh dear. I think he got. Earlier he got the letters transposed. I wonder if that had a meaning. I took another pill. I guess we shouldn't go wandering. We should confine our movements to the Clan Bronwyn Hotel. I haven't been in my room yet, have I? I'm walking under the stairs. Hello? It hurts. Let's not open that door. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I had no business breaking into a room of someone I didn't know. There's something weird about that room. Should we knock on the door? There was no reply.
See, I can come and go freely as I please here. Telephone? The hotel room was pleasant, but had apparently been built in the times before ensuite bathrooms. The sofa and bed were competing pinks. A small desk was provided, and a television sat on the opposite counter. A color television was mounted on the counter, angled towards the bed for comfortable viewing. All right. Yeah. Chisel. Could you repeat what you told me about the sea angel? All I know is that there is a chisel amongst the Defoe Manor artefacts bearing that name. It's in the conference hall with the others. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was the conference hall, and it was deadbolted, and we need to find another way in. To our bed. About. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Ask him about Siobhan. Where is Siobhan, Professor? She said she was just going out for a walk outside. Probably never see her again. What do you want to know about? What do you know about the Defoe Manor incident? I know that Simone Taylor and a couple of other people were locked in Defoe Manor for a few days. And I know that not all of the people reported to have been in the house have been accounted for. That's all I can be sure of, because I've heard an awful lot of ridiculous supernatural stories about what went on there. We asked him about the idol earlier. Let's see if I think of anything else later. Oh, wait. Where did you say the wooden idol from Defoe Manor could be found? Good grief, Terry, I said we'd discuss it after the fair. As far as I know, it's still in the safe in the hotel office. Let me just equate the idol with so now. It would not give when I pushed. I saw no direct means of opening it. Yeah. Oh, wait. Electronically locked. And I assume with the deadbolt, lockpicks aren't going to be good if it's on the other side. Didn't I say that my room was on the 3rd floor? I can't remember. break in there. So lovely. The altar was almost certainly much less comfortable than the bed had been. Did we skip something? We've never been on in here. In the bed, have we? All was dark outside the window, either through nailed-up boards or thick grime on the pane. I took another pill. I'm worried about running out of pills. There, it's normal. Thank God. This was a completely standard hotel room, equipped with bed, sofa, and television. I never liked television, and the events of Defoe Manor gave me cause to like it even less. Hey, Zookie Wookie. It's going all right, thanks. How are you? You guys, please go check out Zookie Wookie. What have you been streaming most recently? Celico. Ooh, that's a gas station, isn't it? Or maybe that was Conoco. Or Stop and Go. Solving the mystery of my predicament was more important than sleep at that time. Oh! Wow. That was effective. For a second I was John Defoe, the welder. But, oh, okay, it's a new boomer shooter, and you're playing it in early access. Cool. But yeah, I thought there were a couple of gas stations with similar names. I've been to the attic in the normal hotel. It's nice to see the boomer shooters making a resurgence. The new ones. There's a door here now. The door was either stuck or locked. Use lockpicks on door. Oh, there being lots more games with PS1 style graphics. And I mean, I know we've seen more and more indie horror games of that style. There was no pick in the world that would unlock a deadbolt on the opposite side of a door. That was kind of what I thought. kitchen is still going to be stuck, right? Force door. Same response as kicking door. Not going to be any way to from the bar. There was a perfectly serviceable door. I didn't drink. There was no bartender. I couldn't reach the bottles. So many things stood in the way of me completing that request. I can't think. No, don't think there's anything we can do with it now. Oh dear. Now we're back here. And the pliers are gone. The board seemed brittle, but not that brittle. Some kind of tool would be required. Is that just blood dripping down the counter? Oops. Right, one is overflowing with blood, so he's not going to look at the others. I don't see any tool. I assume those are fixed to the ground. In keeping with the alternate hotel's theme, the furniture looked like someone had been hurled against them with absolutely fatal force. Yeah, nothing else here. Didn't think there'd be any tools in any of them. Is that just scratches on the wall? Right, they won't let us take the cow skull. assume all these are still going to be locked. Oh, maybe we went back to Abed's room. Getting slightly chilly. Slash the cushions, but it's not there. Blood was everywhere. On the north wall, it had been used to spell out a word I could neither recognize nor pronounce. A board on the window. Boards had been nailed onto the window, both inside and outside. Hardly a speck of light made it through the blockage. Where once there had been a bed, there was now some kind of stone altar. Chains and manacles indicated that it was for sacrificial purposes. Going into my room, so maybe we should. I'm worried about taking too many pills, but so he's just going to tell us again that it's in the conference hall, right? It's getting in there. Did he ask about the painting? Predictably, the line was dead. The matchbox from the lobby had only one red-tipped match remaining. The rest had turquoise tips. Do I have... No way to reread the letter that the other agent gave me. Just trying to think what else he might know anything about. If we just... Oh, right. You just say it's probably in the hotel safe. Figure out where the fire escape goes. Outside. Doesn't make sense. Shove door. Force door. Pull door. You should rephrase pushing on it. Look at lock. Handle. Use doorknob. I guess I'm not facing it closely enough. Does it still say? Well, it told me to rephrase it before. And maybe it just randomly cycles. Still? I mean, it seems like the thing we gotta do is get into the convention or conference hall. And if we find a tool to rip off the boards in the real world, or the real hotel, we should retain that in the alternate hotel. I left nothing but a finger mark on the paint. So what on earth had caused that first vision? Open. And we just got a redemption for a cool cat, albeit predatory, comes to call. Which means we have to deal with our old frenemy, Airplane Lion, who I believe we have around here somewhere.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see Purblind Gamer streaming again.
I stream 3 times a week, you idiot feline.
And we're playing a game with a text parser. I guess a little bit of frustration is in order, but really, this game tries hard to make everything reasonable, and to give you options when you need to rephrase things.
Well, it doesn't mean I'm not going to get stuck.
That could just be because you're not actually that good at adventure games.
Oh, shut up, Airplane Lion. I excel at adventure games. You may not have heard, but I beat Grey Matter by Jane Jensen.
Didn't that take you 10 streams?
I think it was only 9, but who's counting?
Well, it's nice to know that there are such wonderful freeware horror games being made, and that they have been for so many years, games with good stories and interesting setups. And I love the insanity mechanics that creep in there.
Yeah, it's true. There are some good games.
You know, you could have bought the special edition for $5 to support the developer.
I was going to.
Did you ever buy anything from this developer, even though you've been playing his games and reading his stuff for a good 20 years?
I'm going to buy one of his audiobooks, I promise. And besides, I get screened ads when I watch his videos online. That gives him revenue, doesn't it? I used to click on the Google ads on his webpage.
Or you could just buy one of his books. There are a lot of games you could buy, instead of just buying old games that are collectible and that don't give the developers any money if you buy them used. Also, you could buy me an entire roast chicken. They're on sale every Thursday, you know.
Yeah, well, I'll think about it. I'll think about buying more modern games and sorting the developers.
That's a good idea, and you should think about singing more cheerful songs on the stream.
Yeah, I don't know. You mean like that time we did a duet?
Oh, I think I have much better songs that we could sing. Bang away, Lulu, bang it hard and long. What in the hell will the Navy do?
Airplane Lion has to go now. Everybody say goodbye, Airplane Lion. Well, last time I get anybody a record album of bawdy folk songs for Christmas. Doesn't work out. As long as it's not against TOS. Thank you for the redemption. Oh. Seems like as good a time as any to do another game giveaway, doesn't it? Yeah. A nice clean songs like Ave Maria or something. So, I have here a couple games we could give away. Combat Air Patrol by Signosis. They're the ones with the logo that men find arousing, according to various streamers. One here. God, How do these memes get started? And Mario Brothers. Which incarnation of Mario Brothers? That's an excellent question. You guys know the drill. Guess a number between 1 and 100, and say which game you're guessing on. You can guess on both. Yeah. I should, actually. I'm not going to look up a hint, but I'm just going to look up whether... Yeah! 3.5-inch floppy. Most of the games I give away are CDs or Steam codes these days, but bring out the odd floppy or console. Trilby's notes. Can you take too many pills? That would be my guess, like a shareware iteration of the Flareware. Yeah, it's an officially licensed Nintendo release on floppy disk, because they were so big about porting Mario to PC in the early 90s. It's probably some shareware Mario game that's like, yeah, port of the original arcade Mario Brothers. I'm just looking up. Oh, it's not actually naughty. It's just, some arcadey flight game. But I think it was... Did I have that right? That MZZ started a rumor about it? What is FCDD? Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure I don't have to ration the pills is the only thing. Oh, Famicom Disk Drive. Which was that an add-on for the Nintendo Famicom? Or is that just how it had games before the cartridges? No, I guess I don't. Just glancing on that, it doesn't look like I have to worry about rationing them or getting a bad ending if I use too many, so I will try not to worry. Right, because I know they're were Famicom cartridges too. It's got Windows. The large one, whose purpose was not immediately obvious. Did I try knocking on this one? Be something I can take. Still won't we? I would assume she's in the manager's office, but maybe I should explore outside. See if I can go elsewhere taking pills. Here's the fire escape. The corruption of the hotel seemed to extend for miles in every direction. Even the sky's rusty hue seemed threatening. On the east exterior wall was a bent and extremely unsafe-looking fire escape. couldn't get onto the fire escape from this side of the fence, even if I thought it would hold me. It may once have been a usable fire escape, but it was now so rusted and bent with metal fatigue that the slightest pressure would probably bring it crashing down. The path to the east led into a dense forest populated with leafless and charred dead trees. I took another pill. Okay. Climb fire escape? I couldn't get onto the fire escape from this side of the fence. The trees are on the other side of the fence. And it's still going to loop us back to the front of the hotel. Taking a closer look, I noticed that there were several knotholes in the fence. Peering through the nearest hole, I saw a plain, almost featureless backyard with a lawn that severely needed a gardener's attention. I wonder if I look through one near... Yeah, there's one right by the fire escape. I haven't really played any Prince of Persia. I tried out the first one, the Genesis port, and realized quickly, oh, this is a damn sight harder than Flashback. This is going to take a learning curve. And never came back to it. But I have the first two, and I have the first 3D one. And I had the first, the reboot trilogy, but I traded it for a wireless card, which I'm still using, so... Good trade. A small enclosed yard with a workbench and tools. Damn, I gotta get past that fence. I do want to play them, and I guess I'm most interested in the reboot trilogy, which I've heard are excellent games. Have you played any of the Prince of Persias? Interesting. Yeah, well, it's like I have the Sega Genesis, the box Sega Genesis copy of the first one, and then I have a late 90s big box PC re-release that's 1 and 2, and then I have a weird sort of pre-release box of Prince of Persia 3D. And then I had just the DVD case of the trilogy, which I traded. Yeah, I think that's all the pops I got, which is what we're now calling Prince of Persia for short. It was a bright day outside, so it was consequently impossible to see through the windows. A window that opened from the outside would be a severe security failing. Fair. I'm not sure where to go or what to do. Oh. Now, here we go again. You guys notice anything I'm missing that could be useful? I'm gonna take the skull. watched this stream before. That's so cool. Like Ghoul Babe has recently been playing through the entire series. Still using saving violence as the last resort. Is there anything hidden in the rancid meat? Well, let me take it, will it? Oh, I tore off a lump of meat to take with me. If I came up against anything hostile and carnivorous in this place, it would help to have something other than myself to offer it. Well, that's good. Assuming we can retain it into the real hotel. Did he say I cannot do that just yet or something? Perhaps I should try rephrasing that. I know, it's just cycling things. The organs were still wet with blood and would have ruined my suit. Okay, look more carefully at the one head that hasn't been picked clean. Yeah, just his features were unfamiliar by the torment. I was loath to even go near them. I get boarded up too, and trail of blood leading through there. All the windows were boarded up. The alternate hotel appeared to have been abandoned by everything but the horror. This hotel obviously has a basement. I'm going to start calling the alternate hotel the Claboni Hell. We'll know what we're talking about. First time we tried to use the first floor fire escape, started saying it hurts. A direct means of opening it. Oh. This is a scene from 7 Days of Skeptic. Was that noise from the real world? It's interesting that Trilby had a vision of that. I was determined not to think about what kind of meat it was. We haven't asked him about Lenkman, have we? Are you all right, Abed?
I'm quite all right, dear boy. It's you I'm more worried about.
You know. It's weird. Is that a bug? Like, I ask him about Lenkman and he tells me how he's doing? Not that he can give us any insight into the fire escape, but hotel. Have you noticed anything strange about this hotel?
Well, now that you mention it,
Yes.
it does seem strange that I can't seem to find any bathrooms.
Oh. They're on the first floor, you prat. I can't think that's a hint. Oh dear. Seems to be happening more frequently. I wonder if I should look up a hint at this point. Parts of the mannequin are missing, is all I would say. Yeah, I probably should look up a hint, because I want it to be like I'm missing something. I was hoping I'd be able to make it through without having to look at the walkthrough, but if I were just playing it on my own as opposed to streaming it, I would wander around a bit more first. There's a heat sensor. I'm glad I looked that up. We're supposed to trigger a heat sensor on the first floor. Which I'm guessing will let us into the fire escape. Reminds me very slightly of Postal 2 in the use of matches. Also in the amounts of blood and mutilation. I took another pill. I was going to get addicted if I didn't watch myself. Oh, you think that's it? On the north wall, I noticed what I presume to be a smoke alarm. Click. It's Defoe Manor after the fire started, but it looks like it might have had that operator figure I take to be the prince. I pushed my way through the door and discerned the fire escape. No, we don't change hotels while we're on that fire escape. There's something there. It was probably used for garden maintenance, tool storage, that sort of thing. An old iron crowbar was the only tool being stored at the time. I picked it up just in case I ran into any head crabs. Close enough to me. I took the crowbar with me. Perhaps it could serve a purpose. I climbed back up the ladder and entered the same floor I had come from, even though this was a golden opportunity to explore other floors. It would trigger soon. As I had suspected, the stress proved too much for the ancient crowbar, which was bent into uselessness. I discarded it, fairly certain I would not have to hit anything on the head. Oh wow. Lots of twisted corpses hanging in chains, are they just skeletons? They're bloody skeletons. Judging by the smell, this room had probably not been ventured into for years. Desiccated corpses dangled from the ceiling, left to rot by some warped interior decorator. Judging by the smell, what's that in the corner? A sack was tied up at one end. The sack tied up at one end sat oozing foulness in the corner. The mere thought of what that bag could contain made me feel ill. The prerequisite bloodstains had faded to an ugly brown color over time, it did not make them any less unnerving. It had been used to daub some kind of a symbol on the north wall. Nothing we recognized. Grim metal tables stood below the corpses. I didn't even want to think about what crimes had been committed on those surfaces. Hey, Big Fatty Plus, welcome in. I'm doing okay. Few minor bugs with OBS crashed, but nothing terrible. You guys, please go check out Big Fatty Plus. Hope your night's going well. Yeah, my pleasure. More wretched victims of the alternate hotel. Their advanced age indicated that dreadful sights had filled this place, were by no means a recent addition. Oh, you did a return stream on your new computer, and that went well? What was it you were playing? I forgot to look. Assume if we take a pill and then leave the room. Well, I don't know. The logic of this place. Ringrunner, Flight of the Sages. Is that a modern shoot 'em up? Oh, okay. 2013, so reasonably modern. I took another pill. Yeah, it's exciting when you get a new PC, even if getting everything set up takes a while. Hell damnation. Botch that. He's supposed to prop it up open with the oozing sack of filth? Oh no. Didn't know we got in there. Walk around outside seems to... Well, it had triggered it most consistently. There we go. Oh, so we got it. Let's take a pill and then enter the conference hall. Yeah. Oh, there's the burned rocking chair. Professor Chahal's antique show was as sparse as its small venue would indicate. A couple of tables were laid out with various trinkets, and a charred rocking chair was the centerpiece. Is the idol here somewhere? That's what I want to know. There was an unopened bottle of some kind of soft drink sitting on the end table in the corner. On the display tables, I recognized one or two of Defoe Manor's artifacts among the miscellaneous knickknacks. A set of manacles, rescued no doubt from the manor's basement, stood out the most. I spotted the chisel the professor had mentioned next to the pile of books on the north table. The books survived the fire pretty well. I took the drink with me. Something told me it would come in useful. It was then that I realized it was an unusually delectable brand of American soft drink, Faygo firework flavor, the sort of thing that would sponsor a stream of horror games. Sometimes Faygo comes in useful. On the north wall were 3 framed monochrome photographs of scenes from around Clanbronwyn Island, obviously placed by the hotel and not part of this exhibit. Oh, you played Trilby's Notes before, Big Fatty Plus? Yeah, I'd only played the first 2 games before. Happy to finally be playing this one. Oh, we might as well start another game giveaway. A long time ago, right? No, I think I played 5 Days a Stranger in 04 or 05, back when it first came out. Had my whole life ahead of me. If I'd known what was in store for me, I probably would have run screaming in the other direction. But a bit late for that now. So, I have here a copy of the game Warden, Melody of the Undergrowth, not to be confused with Wardener, which we played on original hardware a while back. And I have here a piece of paper with a number between 1 and 100. Guess the number, and you win the game. Or whoever guesses closest wins the game. Look at chair. Wardrobe. No, Warden, Melody of the Undergrowth. And it's a Steam code, so anybody with Steam can have the game. An involuntary shudder went through me as recognition dawned. It was the same chair from the living room in Defoe Manor. The room I had opted to sleep in for those 5 days. Look at the books. I'm trying to see what that thing on the floor is. A couple of valuable antique books I recognized. I recognized one of them from the Defoe Manor's library. The others were unknown to me. It was some of the best of P.G. Wodehouse, because that passes for antique as of 1997. Yeah, Wodehouse was kind of old. Oh, you found a game called Wardrobe on Stream. I don't know that one. Sounds like a drove of warriors. Or some ripoff of Wardrobe. Right up there with the lion, the switch, and the horde room from Bubsy 2. Ah. Oh, so you like your records with one song on them, Big Fatty Plus. Nice. The modern ones with a nice big hole in the center. Saves on material. It was a very old make of chisel, rusted and probably very fragile. As a professor had described, the words Sea Angel were carved into the handle. Again, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the artifact. My fingertips were already extending towards it, as if drawn by a magnet. A loud buzzing played in my ears, and my vision began to cloud as I reached over and laid my hand upon the tool. Somewhere in the Atlantic, July 25th, AD 1789. Yes, that is an raft. Mbuta had been a great warrior in battle. In battle, his skill was thought unmatched in all of Africa. He had had respect, a great house, a slew of beautiful women, children to make any father proud. But through just one mistake, it had all been torn away. His mistake was in standing by his beloved king when the invaders from the coastal kingdom arrived. Now his great house was ruin, his women raped, his children murdered. And for Mbuta, the worst fate of all, sold to the white men in exchange for weapons, shackled with his fellows in the hold of a slave ship. Mbuta was strong. Perhaps he could have lived as a slave, but then came the sickness. A simple fever, no doubt to be gone the next day, but the white men took no chances and threw him overboard. For days, Mbuta drifted, waiting for the black cloud of death to descend. Having lost everything, he now sought only the embrace of the deep, a welcome end to a life betrayed. But the end did not come then. Coming round, Captain. Voices unfamiliar, speaking in unfamiliar language. Mbuta was suddenly terrified that the slavers must have returned, but he was as weak as a newborn and could not move or speak. Looks like we picked him up just in time. Don't know how long he's been drifting out here, but he can't have lasted much longer. Good Lord. Look upon it, men, the greatest evidence we have of humanity's inherent evil. Never forget that men, sailors such as you or I, did this. Left this poor wretch to die. Slavers aren't sailors like you or I, Captain. No. I don't know how these devils can have the audacity to still call themselves humans. Today, there's no pride in being an Englishman. Find our new passenger some quarters. Make him comfortable. Passenger, Captain. Every innocent who sets foot on my ship is a free man. Is there something about this policy you find questionable? Not at all, Captain. No, these were not the slavers. This ship was different, less crowded with terrified black faces. There was anger in the voices of the white men, but not directed at Mbuta. Still frightened, but somewhat reassured, Mbuta passed out. Days passed, and Mbuta's health was restored. To have been rescued by the ship of these good white men had been a fantastic stroke of good fortune. He decided that it had been the will of the gods that he should survive, and that proper thanks should be in order. An idol, that was the answer. If he could just find some suitable wood and a sharp blade, he would carve the finest idol of his life. I assume he still doesn't know English well. Mbuta could not understand the white men's language. Any communication would have to be non-verbal. There were several crewmen tending to the ship, scattered around the deck, Despite the language barrier, Mbuta could tell they were friendly and cordial. He's just using a hammer on the jolly boat. I don't know. Climb down the ladder. I misspelled it. There. Try to see what that says. Something shipping. Oh, wait. O'Malley shipping? Siobhan's family? A large crate was sitting in the shaft of light, with letters stenciled in that Mbuta did not recognize. It was cheaply made with poor quality nails, and some of the boards looked ready to fall off. The wood of the crate seemed ideal for Mbuta's intentions. He decided to leave it here until he was ready to carve the idol. Is that a pickaxe in the background? The hold was plunged into almost total darkness. With the memory of the slave ship still recent, Mbuta was unwilling to venture from the light. A little jolly boat was here, apparently undergoing some repairs. Yeah. Gesture to crewman about blade. What are you trying to tell me? I don't understand. One or two wooden barrels were scattered around for convenient reach. Mbuta had no means to do so, and it would have been impolite. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. And we can climb the rigging. Go. There. Well, text-based game that doesn't understand the word east is not a first. Look at repairs. Wait, does it say? Right. All right. Trilby has no idea what Mbuta's carrying. Hammer? Yeah. No luck there. No, we tried, but they can't understand. Oh, and you know, I'm sorry, we were in the middle of a game giveaway, and I forgot to declare the winner after we, did the... What's it called? After we finished the cutscene. So, for Warden, the number was 39. And, unless I'm mistaken, Big Fatty Plus won this round. No congrats, BFB. Let me know if you want me to scratch off the back of it and send you the code, or I can just stick this in a envelope with a first class stamp and mail the card to you, whichever one. Yeah, it was surprisingly close. Sometimes we hardly have anybody guess, so it ends up being way off. And they're still no closer to. Right. Oh yeah, I mean, I'll throw it in an envelope and mail it to you. I'm just saying I can either do that or just send you the code. It's up to you. All right there, laddie. Oh, I see. You want something to carve with. Here. The sailor handed Mbuta a sharp, almost brand new workman's chisel. Just bring it back when you're finished with it. Chisel, which is not as new now as it once was. Take boards. The wood of the crate seemed ideal for Mbuta's intentions. He decided to leave it here until he was ready to carve the idol. With the chisel and the wood of the crate, Mbuta could finally create his offering. After several hours, Mbuta was very pleased with the result. A fine rendition of his kingdom's god of fertility and good fortune. All that remained was to return the chisel. Mbuta decided the idol was fine where it was. There was no need to move it. He killed Mbuta. Wow. The vision faded, and I felt myself being hurled forcefully back into the present day. That tall, thin creature, that black-clad ghoul, what was its significance to my predicament? Why did it appear again and again throughout history to spread death and horror? There was no connection to the idol's shape or Mbuta's tribal deities. The tall man was no fertility god. It must have been connected to the wood of that crate somehow. There had been a name on that crate. Mbuta hadn't been able to read it. But I, looking through his eyes, had. O'Malley shipping. Could the owner have been an ancestor of Siobhan? It was a flimsy possibility, but at that point, my only lead. I resolved to discuss this with Siobhan at the earliest opportunity. Nimble, faceless nun. Oh yeah, dressed in black. It was like it had killed the others and was grinding or mashing up the one man with that harpoon or whatever. And thanks, I'll turn down the game slightly. It was just in those louder portions. TRILBY'S notes. Why is it at 86% now? Okay. Sorry, settings was frozen or something. Bizarre. Well, here. Take it down a little, but we should still be able to hear any whispering and warped music. That's too quiet to me. Take manacles. If anything would retain some of John Defoe's malevolent power, those manacles would. I refuse to touch them. Professor? Yeah. I'm trying to see what that is. Oh, and we just had a redemption for Song of the Day. Lovely, we haven't had one of those in a while. congestion from my cold, however, yet lingers. So this is, I don't believe I've ever sung it on stream before, because, no, it's not really sick, it's just lingering annoyance. Surprising how long congestion can last after the cold proper is gone. This is, I feel like I've been, I put off singing this song on stream because I'm like, oh, that's one of the best songs ever, I should save it. But I first heard the Kingston Trio's version of it on a CD my grandmother got some. Wow. When was that? Circa 2010? No, this was back in undergrad. Wow. And then I saw, I got my little sister the Muppet Show on DVD, and the Muppets did a version of it. And I ended up singing it in a master class in undergrad. Oh yeah, and then I worked at a restaurant, and they got a CD of the Slomsky Brothers, a vaudeville revival group, and they did a cover of it. But now the original version of the song has even more lyrics than the Kingston Trio one, which most the others are based on. And it's a little hard to follow, but it's about a man taking a trip on a train. This is tomorrow. I started on a journey about a week ago, and went to visit Morrow in the state of Ohio. I've never been much of a traveler, so how was I to know that Morrow had been ridiculed a century or so? So I went down to the station for my ticket and applied for tips regarding Morrow, not expecting to be guyed. Says I, my friend, I'd like to go tomorrow and return no later than the morrow, for I have no time to burn. Says he to me, now let me see if I have heard you right. You wish to go tomorrow and return tomorrow night. The little town of Morrow, sir, is quite a ways away. You should have gone tomorrow yesterday and back today. If you had gone tomorrow yesterday, now don't you see, you could have gone tomorrow and returned today at 3, for the train that started yesterday, now understand me right. Today it goes tomorrow and returns tomorrow night. Says I, my friend, it seems to me you're talking through your hat. There is a town called Morrow on this line, now tell me that. There be, said he, but take from me one quiet little tip. To go from here to Morrow is a 14-hour trip. The train today to Morrow leaves today at 8:35. At 12:30 tomorrow is the time it should arrive. So if from here to Morrow is a 14-hour jump, can you go today tomorrow and get back today, you jump? Says I, I'd like to go tomorrow, so can I go today and get tomorrow by tonight if there is no delay? Well, says he to me, and I've got no more to say. Can you get anywhere tomorrow and get back again today? For if today you go tomorrow, surely you'll agree, you should have started not today but yesterday, you see. And if you go tomorrow, leaving here today you're flat, you won't get in tomorrow till the day that follows that. Now if today you go tomorrow, it's a cinch you'll land. Tomorrow in tomorrow, not today, you understand. For the train today tomorrow, now understand me right. Today it goes tomorrow and returns tomorrow night. Says I guess you know it all, but kindly let me say, how can I get tomorrow if I leave this town today? You cannot go tomorrow any more today, for the train that goes tomorrow is a mile upon its way. I was so disappointed, I was mad enough to swear. The train just went tomorrow and it left me standing there. The man was right in telling me, you are a howling jay. I cannot go tomorrow, so I guess I'll go today. And that was Tomorrow. It was originally as written by Lou Sully, and originally sung by, I think it was Daniel W. Quinn, Edison Records in the 1890s. Good stuff. Thank you, chaps. You can see why that's one of my favorite songs. It's such a great beat, great tune. I don't know, because the original one, if you listen to like the 78 from the 1890s, the tune was different and not as catchy, but that one is kind of reminiscent of dear old Donegal. And a little bit like The Thing. So, I don't know if the Kingston Trio or somebody who repopularized it before them put together that tune, and if it's just inspired by others or directly taken from another. And I got a nose through Mudcat, because Mudcat is our source for many answers. Yeah. I was trying to look at this. It appears to be a shield or a mounted animal head on the floor, but did someone leave us a paper? Alright. I recognize it as being from the same source as the one under the painting in the lobby. To some strange religious book. Thanks, Big Fatty. Victim 4. The slave. The fourth man who desired judgment was the slave, who had not been brought Freehorn's message, and who tormented the wood that was the prince's soul with a sharpened blade. The wood that was the prince's soul. The prince came to him, and he struck the slave down, and he knew the name of the king. Oh, yeah, I know. It's like clips can only be a minute. I have to highlight it for longer than that. And the prince said, "Not one of your household shall leave alive, slave. For thrice now I have brought my warning, and any who still fail to heed shall be named as fool and judged most unworthy in our sight." There's the wood itself, huh? Yeah. Can't get him to look at it. Because if you say floor, it'll just be... Right. Finally, I've... Oh, it's you, Terry. I thought you might have been the serving staff at last. Oh, thanks. Are you too, Big Fatty Plus? Oh, right. Should save. Oh, that reminds me. I saw... I'm sorry, I saw that we had a redemption for... It's obnoxious because in Stream Manager the chat window is so completely tiny. We had a redemption for... How about some hardware? Well, have I got some hardware to show off? Let's not show off the address on stream, shall we? And then we'll have to find a stopping place soon. Yes, finally, the PS5. Backwards compatible PS5. They made a PS5 that was backwards compatible with the 4, and then with the... Yeah, and then sold an add-on that was like a first-generation PS3 drive that was backwards compatible through the PS1. I would so buy that. I would buy that in a heartbeat. I would, like, mortgage my car to buy that. I don't have a car, so I'd have to buy one and then mortgage it. Or I could just buy the PS5. something I actually got for the office. And I'll ask them to reimburse me because it's kind of useful in this day and age, especially when we have older software and older hardware with driver CDs. It's an external DVD/CD-ROM drive. These are quite useful. You could get a PS5 that would only run Famicom games? Yeah, and it's amazing. Because actually the CD-ROM drive on my desktop is broken, so that's what I still use as an external one of these, and it's amazing. You can get them for like, $15 if you if you hit a sale, and yeah, they just plug in by a USB, and sometimes you need to make sure the cord is stretched taut, but you can play DVDs, CDs, install all your old CD-ROMs. They're really useful. Pop-up mobile external. Riodas. That's like an off-brand. I hope this one works. Yeah. Surprisingly slim too. And that's some very useful hardware that nobody should be without. Yeah, shoot. Did I already buy one for work and then forget it? Because, I have this one, but I bought that when I went to grad school and my laptop didn't have a CD-ROM drive. And then I bought Final Draft, the DVD-ROM version. So that was like years ago, maybe. God in heaven. God in heaven, tell me that's not work. I did kind of worry about some crisis with work this weekend because of reasons that I can't discuss, but I really thought I'd avoided having to deal with it. Oh, that was nice. No, it was just when my roommates let me know something. Nothing important. Or nothing I must deal with as an emergency. But I did buy one and then ended up giving it to somebody as a present. So maybe that was what it was. But we do need one around work. But where's Siobhan? She said she was going to get a drink. I keep telling her it's not right for a girl her age to drink so much. But what do I know about young people today? Not very much, considering her lineage. Excuse me. No, it wasn't my boss congratulating me. Though I did tell him about it, and he said, congratulations. He said since I was close to 500 followers, I should put up a follow goal and, try to get up to 500 followers in honor of it, but I ran out of time and forgot how to set that up. I did mention it on my personal Facebook, see if I could get some of my friends to come watch my stream. He's not going to know about the history, is he? Yeah. Don't know that. What else to ask him about now? The kitchen is still sealed. Pardon me. Are you in here, you Irish souse, you? Ah, Terry, have you seen any of the hotel staff anywhere? I'm afraid not. Perhaps they go to bed early in these parts. Do you know anything about the history of your family? I wouldn't be much of a history student if I didn't know, would I? I'm researching my family tree as part of my diploma. That's ideal. I appreciate this may sound like an odd question, but trust me when I say it's important. Did your family run a shipping company in the late 18th century? That is an odd question, but I do remember reading something about O'Malley's shipping. I'd have to check my notes. I left them in my book bag. Could you meet me in that room in about 5 minutes? I'm in 2A next to Abed. Certainly. I'll see you there then. If we can get up there without any more incidents. Oh, it's dark outside. Oh, that's just the windows. Strange that we haven't seen Bethan. I wonder the rules of this hotel. Oops, wrong floor. How those work. Come in, please, Terry. You have the papers? Must you always get right down to business? Come and sit down. Let's talk. He's clearly suspicious of me at this point. How are you feeling? We were a little bit worried about you. I have these moments of illness. What do you want to talk about? Defoe Manor. Oh. It kind of interests me. I was really into the media coverage of the incident at the time. This client of yours, the one who wants the figurine, what does he know about it? Well, he has an interest in the occult, and there's some nonsense story going around about it. Something about the idol being a vessel for an evil ghost. I wasn't really paying attention. Really? I don't remember hearing about that in any of the reports. No, you wouldn't have. It wasn't widely. Have you heard the story that Trilby was in the house? I could feel cold sweat drooling down my spine. Every fibre of my being was concentrating on not giving any outward signs of alarm as Siobhan spoke of my secret name with wide-eyed enthusiasm. No one believes it, but Simone Taylor insisted it was true right up until, well, you know. She says he saved her from the house. I think that's a little far-fetched. That's exactly what Abed says. He says a ghost is one thing, but throwing Trilby into it just makes it seem silly. Truth be told, I don't think Abed believes in Trilby any more than he does ghosts. He's so grounded in reality. A sensible attitude. Have you always been an antique dealer? Siobhan, please, I came here to talk about, let me put that another way. Have you ever been an antique dealer? I knew it. The outfit, the hat,
Terry Railby, you're him. You were in Defoe Manor, and now you've come here to finish off the ghost. Siobhan, I always knew there was something else in this world, and that there was something better, more glamorous, just below the surface. Will you take me with you? Listen to me. There is nothing glamorous about what I do. I live in shadows that threaten to consume me every single day. And if you pursue this any further, you're going to walk straight into one. What are you talking about? There is something extremely dangerous in this hotel. I don't know what it is, but... Oh, God. No. I was a little too concerned about my predicament to do that. Oh, shit. I kicked Siobhan. Siobhan was out cold but uninjured. She would probably be safe on her bed while I continued my investigation. At least this time he didn't kill anyone. Yeah. No, the scare scenes in these games are pretty effective. Still remember the first time I saw the nightmare sequence from 5 Days a Stranger. No, I don't think. I'm not sure if you've played the first two games, but he sometimes gets possessed, and he got possessed in the first game, and in this one he's been consistently seeing, like, basically transported to an alternate version of the hotel, and seeing these visions. It's not clear if he's hallucinations or he's being transported back and forth, and it's sometimes in both versions of the hotel at once. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, he's done some great games. Yahtzee has. One of these days I gotta stream his Duke Nukem 3D TC. Except I've kind of been waiting for like 20 years for him to finish it. So I kind of wish he would. It was a perfectly ordinary student's backpack for carrying books and personal possessions. Yeah, well, his mind's transported between... And it's possible, sometimes he's transported and sometimes he's hallucinating, because... Well, I guess we know the other hotel is real and it's not on his mind, because he brought the crowbar from this version and tore the boards off the alternate version, but when he came back to this version, it just looked like the door was unlocked. Under the circumstances, Siobhan probably wouldn't mind. There were a few textbooks, a half-empty water bottle, and a large folder marked O'Malley Family History. This, I decided, was my quarry. I flipped through the pages until I reached the information relevant to the 18th century and read my discoveries out loud. The Liverpool-based O'Malley Shipping Company ran for 3 generations of the family in the mid-18th century until the loss of one of their clippers drove the company to bankruptcy. The owner at the time, Jacob O'Malley, placed the blame somewhat irrationally on a shipping crate which family legend alleged to be haunted and that had been on the ship at the time. There are numerous tales of bizarre events surrounding the crate,
and the story of the crate's origin is no less mysterious. It goes that a strange young man came to a carpenter's at the Liverpool dockyard with a very expensive-looking harpsichord, which he insisted be smashed up and the wood used for whatever purpose the carpenter desired. He refused to leave until the instrument had been utterly broken into its component parts in front of his eyes, and the wood sent to be made into crates for O'Malley's shipping. When pressed for his name, the man identified himself as one Jack Freehorn. The Rooms of Jack Freehorn, July 28th, AD 1778. So what trifle have you been wasting your father's money on now, Jack? What does it look like? It looks like a virginal. A harpsichord, actually, in the Flemish style. Quite old, quite expensive. Well, I suppose I should be grateful that something is distracting you from the occult for once. I fear you may be speaking too soon, my friend. Oh, God, I should have known, you and your silly obsession. So what deviltry inhabits this magnificent instrument? The instrument, as a whole, is for the most part untainted by the ethereal realm, but its keys are what spark my interest. Usually they have been carved from centuries-old English oak, and that's the interesting part. I will not be disheartened by that sharp tongue of yours. The wood has gone through many incarnations before being incorporated into this device. Items of furniture, building material. In fact, just over 200 years ago it was part of a wall. A wall of a certain inn on a certain well-travelled road in Wales. The Unicorn. I'm so pleased you remember. I could hardly forget it, the way you have been obsessing quite heartily over it of late. Your correspondence persists in filling your head with rubbish about ghosts and demons. I count myself very lucky to have tracked down even a small piece of that hostelry. I know I've already told you some of the wonderful stories attached to it. Wonderful. And this instrument has had its fair share of mysterious happenings. The usual batch of strange noises, sudden madness, and inexplicable deaths. See sense, my friend, this curiosity of yours for all things ungodly has no doubt already befouled your immortal soul. You are a fine fellow, Wilbur, but you have not a drop of romance in your body. Now stop browbeating me for my inquiring mind, and let us take dinner. That night, Jack was stirred from his bed by the sound of music emanating from his new instrument. I was about to say, I wonder if that's supposed to be a harpsichord playing. His first thought was anger, mostly because the harpsichord was an antique, never intended to be played. But then he listened to the haunting, melancholy tune and felt his stomach roll inexplicably with fear. Who's down there? Wilbur, is that you? Jack Freehorn was a man of modest means, and desired little for comfort. The only pieces of furniture to speak of were a bed and a desk. What's that? Stairs down, perhaps? Jack only needed to walk there. Shit is the creature. Jack could not take a step further because he realized with the lurch that he recognized the dark figure that sat at the keys. He had read of this strange entity that recurred frequently in stories surrounding the Unicorn Inn and the subjects that were later constructed from its wood. The objects that were later constructed from its wood. And he knew with absolute certainty that the tall man would destroy him where he not destroyed first. books. Jack's desk was covered untidily in letters, notes, and papers he'd been studying lately. A flintlock pistol, given to Jack by his father, lay gathering dust atop a pile of correspondence. Oh yeah, now I see it. Jack took the gun with him to confront the intruder.
You won't take me, demon?
Wilbur? No. Oh God, no. But I could have sworn. You. I know you. You have... Oh God. Please forgive me, your majesty, for my transgressions. I am a worthless, craven fool, not worth a second of your precious time. I beg you, spare me. I will redeem myself for my offense. I will be yours forever, my body, mind, and soul. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Identified himself as one Jack Freehorn. This may well have been the same Jack Freehorn who went on to form a bizarre religious cult. A depraved group of paganist worshippers who were spoken of with much derision by conventional society. With my latest flashback, my knowledge of the history of the cursed wood gained another step. Before the crate, it had been a harpsichord, and some time before the harpsichord, it had been part of some kind of hostelry in Wales. An inn called the Unicorn. Why did that ring a bell somewhere in my recent memory? I had definitely seen something in the Clanbronwyn Hotel that was linked to this place. But where? Oh shit, Siobhan's gone. A neatly made bed, dressed in chintzy fabrics, occupied the corner of the room. Did she slip out while I was reading it? Oh, there's a paper. Victim 3, Freehorn. The third man who desired judgment was Freehorn, who had bought from those who made luxuries with the wood that was the prince's soul. The prince came and struck down the lover of Freehorn, and Freehorn knew the name of the king. And Freehorn said, I know your name, O prince, who was the arrogant man, and I anticipate your wish, and I will devote myself to spreading the teachings you have brought me and the love of our king. And the prince was satisfied, and Freehorn collected all those who would listen, and they formed an order of blessed agonies that would work to redeem the follies of the men of technology. I should... Ooh, yeah, it's almost midnight. I should save and wrap up. I'm probably about, I don't know, halfway. I think one more stream and we'll finish it. Yeah, that's a good stopping place anyway. But we'll do one final game giveaway before we wrap up for the night. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Backlog Gavin. Oh, no. Thanks for the congrats. I really appreciate it. And I guess my alerts aren't working either because of OBS, but actually, the 500 bits custom tier is, you're the first person to play it. I just created it today. Huh. Wait, can you guys hear that? It just occurred to me. If it's playing through the browser source, you guys can't hear it. It should. Stream on OBS, but wild idea. If I know I'd have to unsplit it. Why should OBS not be? Ah. Alternative. You guys should be able to hear this. Tell me you guys heard that. And that was Fluffbomb Cheerglimmer ripping off Scott's twins. Yes. It's difficult to find a good voice changer for Fluffbomb. Wish the one I originally had still worked. It probably does on my laptop, but not with Banana. And as we're wrapping up, I think we might as well do one more game giveaway. I already offered that one. No one wanted it. Though, you know, as I said, I like to do game giveaways to give back to the community, and we have two final ones. One is a Steam game called Black Sea Odyssey. So I'll just send you the code if you win it. And one is a boxed PC game, Dawn of Aces 2. Is it any good? I don't know. But it's a World War I playing game, so if you like World War I playing games, maybe you'll like this. I have on each piece of paper a number. Guess a number between 1 and 100. And say which one you're guessing it for, or if it's both. And if you're the closest, you win. And I'll ship these anywhere in the world. Well, the one's a code. I don't bother shipping it. Oh, I'm sorry, and we did have a redemption for Sporting Nouveau Riche Londoner Cthulhu, didn't we?
Now, I don't claim to be personally familiar with this Chuzo or Xo, or however you pronounce it, that this game keeps going on about. But I can tell you, he's obviously not one of the more powerful gods, compared to yours truly. What all this? He can only work through wood? Why is he so bothered about the wood in the first place? If you're going to take care of humans, then you don't just spare their lives because they snivel. And frankly, there are much more efficient ways to do it than messing with their minds and getting them to kill each other. If you're going to drive a human mad, do it properly. And if you're going to take care of a human, shall we say, well, consume it yourself, or set some giant beastly worm on it, and then tell the human, all right, go down one of those streets. If you don't pick the right one, you'll have the worm eat you, and it will be entirely your fault. In this game, I think we can safely say that it was Trilby's fault for not letting well enough alone. You escape with your life once, you shouldn't plan on being able to pull that off again. If you slip past me one time, well, next time you're not likely to be so fortunate, but sequels do sell in the video game market. Lull humans into a false sense of security. Damned problematic, if you ask me. But you obviously didn't, because I'm sporting Nouveau Riche Londoner Cthulhu. And if you had asked me, well, you probably wouldn't have understood what I told you. You never do you?
Yeah. Thank you for the redemption. Love a little bit of extra late night horror. This is actually pretty good. I actually would recommend it. I'm not just saying that because I hope they sponsor me. But if nobody plans to guess on either the Steam game or the CD-ROM, that's pretty much all I've got for tonight. But I really do appreciate everybody, coming to watch my streams and supporting me through 500 streams. I like to think I've gotten a little better at streaming since I started, but it's wild to think about how long it's been going on and how big a part of my life it's become. Like, I basically treat it as a second career. And, when I started, I didn't know how long I would keep going. And didn't know, I didn't plan to do it quite so regularly, but once I realized that people liked the short horror games, I really tried to keep those going, and then I realized, but also, when I started streaming, I didn't have much going on. Thanks. Because I didn't have I was unemployed then, and I didn't have a regular job, and didn't have many prospects for a regular job. Lucky it was also the pandemic. Like, a lot of people had a lot of time on their hands. And I've gotten to play so many great games that I wouldn't have otherwise, or I would have kept putting off for years. Like, finally, the Doom series, the Delaware St. John series, Grey Matter, which I know I mentioned earlier, some of those lesser known FPSs based on the Fear engine. That Western one was pretty decent. And FMV games. Oh, I really did like the Are You Afraid of the Dark one. The Alone in the Dark series, which we're going to play through the entire series. I'm definitely going to play Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare, this house Spooktober, if I can get it working. Oh, you haven't played Fear yet. That's a good one. I guess I've played through that twice, and the expansion packs to the first game. That's a really solid horror shooter. A horror FPS. Yeah, and much better than most of the games that were made using its engine. And then I know I've played several Sega Genesis games. Cheeky Boys, that was a good one. Suspicious Russian JRPG. Have I played any of the Russian games? I've played those cinematic platformers. Out of This World, on Escape. Oh, Nightmare Ned, that was an unexpected pleasure. And arcade games. Oh, RPG Maker. I don't know, which ones of those have I... Oh, right. I think I know the ones you're talking about. The mildly erotic ones that were... That one short horror Saturday. Just some weird collection I found on Itch. And of course I played the Crooked Man and the Sandman and the Boogeyman, which are 3 by the same developer, made an RPG, or in some RPG engine, and are really good Japanese horror games. Yes, maybe sometimes they're more dark fantasy than horror, but I loved them. And God, the thing, I can't even keep track of all the games I've streamed. Oh yeah, Sam and Max Hit the Road and Sam and Max Season 1 were both. And Strong Pad's cool game for attractive people. So much comedy. I gotta play Sam and Max Season 2. Oh yeah, the Doom mods like Strife, which Guitar Cat suggested, and the Splatterhouse, right, because we played Splatterhouse Gold, which is made in Game Maker. And then the dev commented on my YouTube video, hey, I made that, and it wasn't so good, but I made this awesome trilogy of Splatterhouse Doom mods. And then he deleted the comment, weirdly. But I played that, and there were a couple of other Doom ones. Oh yeah, Nancy Drew and Carol Reed. I finally started both those series. And I don't know, am I going to play through all of the series? Probably not, because Nancy Drew I might be more likely to, because I can get the CD-ROMs cheap for a lot of the older ones, and they are on Steam sales. Whereas Carol Reed, the games pretty much never... Only a couple are on Steam. The rest are bought through the author, and they don't go on sale, but I'll play some more of those. And then... Good. Oh yeah, Chubgam 3D. That's one thing. I like getting to share games that I've played before with you guys. And then the ones that I haven't played before, like Speculum Mortis and Dead City, which were somewhat shortish, obscure horror games that I played as normal streams. Oh yeah, I have. No, I know I played the original Beats of Rage at some like milestone or streamiversary, and I played plenty of other beat 'em ups. God. No, oh right, I played the Evil Dead Beats of Rage mod. That's right. And Urban Lockdown, which was the retail one by the same developer. He's good. I really wish he would release, complete and release his sorority slasher beat 'em up. Yeah, and I finally played Babysitter Bloodbath which was the rebranding of the Halloween fan game. I played other Halloween fan games. And God. Oh yeah, the 39 Steps. 39 Steps was basically a visual novel, but I loved that. God, it's like the best adaptation, or the truest adaptation of the book. Is it the best? I don't know. I love that Hitchcock movie. And Tokyo Dark. That was another good visual novel with a great storyline. I always meant to go back and replay that, get all the different endings. And I haven't played Night Trap Backlog Cabin. I have it because I have the old PC port from the 90s that I got at some point, and then they re-released it in big boxes like 2 or 3 years ago, and I have one of those. I will play it. I know it's a difficult game, a lot of frustration and memorization. Oh dear, if I'm gonna play FMV games, I'll have to play that. Oh yeah, and I've played plenty of rail shooters. Got to play my arcade machine of Lethal Enforcers too. Got Virtua Cop working. And oh yeah, and got what's it called? House of the Dead working on my laptop. Don't know if I can replicate it and get it working on my desktop. Love that game. Yeah. And one of these days I will do streams where I play like the old Panzer Dragoon and the new Panzer Dragoon and the old House of the Dead remake, and like compare them in a single stream. Yeah, and I have done some FMV rail shooters like The Last Bounty Hunter and oh yeah, Crime Patrol. That was an early one I did. Yeah. It was back at my parents' house. Wow. It's a surprising variety of games I've done too. Even done dabbled in text adventures and RTS games. Well, that one. I keep thinking maybe I'll try to put up a new community challenge where it's like play some other game that I'm going to be terrible at or not going to seek out, like, but I don't know what. Football games, maybe. Yeah, Crime Patrol was a little sus. But yet, it was the, what was it, early 90s, mid 90s. It was, you know, they're bad guys. You shoot them and kill them. I mean, that's the essence of plenty of arcade games. It was a pretty good port. The controls were tighter than the DOS port of, like, Mad Dog McCree sometimes was. And there's so many games still to play. Oh yeah, and I finally started the Resident Evil series and, well, played the remake of the first one. And I saw my CD-ROM of Resident Evil 2 today, and I'm like, I really do need to start streaming Resident Evil 2 soon. I know I've been promising that, and so I think after I finish, like, Doom Reboot, because I don't know if my computer can handle Doom Eternal, then maybe I'll start either Resident Evil 2 or, what's it called? Assassin's Creed. One of them modern games. Well, Resident Evil 2 isn't modern. What am I thinking of? Not the original PC port. Yeah, the first Mad Dog was tough. I know I played the DOS game, and I think I had the Windows XP era port, but I never played it. But yeah, sometimes it's like, those deaths are just basically cheating. Yeah. No one can be expected to do that. But I reckon it's about time we found somebody to raid and called it a night. As for what's coming up on stream, I'll try and do a bonus audiobook stream, maybe Tuesday, but I don't know, since I'm still slightly congested, maybe I should just wait till next week. And then Wednesday, we keep plugging away at Doom the Reboot. And next Saturday, it'll be something else for Short Horror Saturday. I don't know what I'll pull out of the depths of itch. Hopefully not something that has a game-breaking bug 5 minutes from the end of the game. We don't like that very much, do we, Insanity Souls? And then next Sunday, we'll continue Trilby's Notes, and maybe we'll finish it. I feel like 5 Days a Stranger and 7 Days a Skeptic were good, yeah. 2 stream length, games of 2 stream lengths, let's say, and I think we've gotten pretty far into this game. I mean, only 2 more victims from the past to discover. Yeah, okay, let's see who's online and then try and execute a raid through the bloody stream manager. Yeah, thanks. I'll be back here. Yeah, my pleasure, Stock. Appreciate everybody hanging out. And I will get I guess, and Big Fatty Plus and Backlog, I'll get your games in the mail. Oh, and, was it? Deadly Dozen isn't a horror game, it's just a straight, like, I think FPS set in World War II. Who can we raid? Oh, yeah. See. People we've raided not that long ago. She's doing crafting. I haven't raided him. Let's raid. Oh yeah, the first one was like shortly after I started streaming. It was CD-ROM. But I don't know, with some of these other games like that people don't guess on, I don't know if I should bring them back for some later game giveaway or just get rid of them. But we'll still have redemptions for game giveaways. We'll do them periodically in future streams. Yeah, he's right at the end of that. Now let's raid our friend Emsizzy. Your streams are always a good time. He's playing strange retro games. We like strange retro games. Unless I don't suppose anybody else would be playing Trilby's notes. That would be wild. No. But other people have done highlights of it. Me trying to raid through OBS. Yeah, let's see how that goes over. Oh, rather than mailing the card. Yeah, that'd be the easiest. I just always offer that option of mailing it to people. And some people like the experience of getting the card and scratching it off. It looks like it's setting up the raid and taking its sweet time or what have you. There. But, okay. Thank you everybody for coming to celebrate my 500th stream with me. I really do appreciate it. And all the people who've been there for me over the years and who are there regularly, or even, everybody who I don't see for a long time, but then, comes back on rare occasions just to say hello. And thank you to everybody who's subbed and given me bits and everything tonight and in general. And as always, you guys can find me on Twitter and MySpace, and you can find VODs of my past streams up on YouTube. So, I hope that everybody has a great night and has wonderful nightmares about tall men and being mutilated in hotels that exist in another dimension. And hey, and here's to And here's to another 500 streams. Just, not all this year. Kind of spread out. There. Safe.